buddy. How are you all doing today? I hope your day is going good. I think I started the stream in a weird way, considering that neither of the bots said hello. So, I don't know if, like, going live alerts went out or something. I don't know. But hello, Pistol. Hello, Lisa. Okay. Yeah, that's really weird, I think. That's really weird. Neither Stream Elements nor... What's the other bot? Saribot? Neither of them have shown up yet, which is very weird. But oh well. Let me see. Let me go ahead and get the game open. Also, funnily enough, I'm starting to run out of screenshots for this game somehow. I say the one on... I saw the one on Cord, got one on my phone 5 minutes after live. Okay. Yeah, I figured you saw the one on the Discord that... I was gonna help with setting up the roles, and then I just was like, oh, I don't have time. There's that at least. Let me see. Okay. Wow. But yeah. Also, yesterday was really weird. I was just minding my own business. It's like, okay, I'm gonna play a little bit of Holocure, and then I'm gonna start drawing something, and then I looked and it's like, why is it 1 in the morning? Which, I know I said Fauna was really good. I tried Mel, and Mel wrecked shop for the stage 2, so I would recommend it. Might have been the certain things I grabbed in that run, but she did very well. Okay. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. It's been 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to say so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. Aw. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. I mean, it'd probably be the same case with me. It'd probably get messier.
So is your father all right, Susie? What happened?
My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy.
Yeah, Chompy Girl. Yeah, she's very good. Especially her special. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same... symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris.
Oh!
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Cosma.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
Yes, tell me all that you can. Every single thing. Wow, that's more than I'm used to for starting out. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. Kazuma. Yes, I'm Kazuma. I'm trying to get a win on Bales at the moment, loving the critical hits. I don't know if I have bells, actually. I feel like I should. But I might not have just tried bells yet.
But curiously,
After that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh, yes. For the murder of Jeziel Brett.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie?
Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice.
Wow, amazing. I wish I had seen it. Don't you, Runo?
Looking for a bit?
Okay, Lisa, have fun.
Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
That'd be so cute. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right.
The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. My goodness.
It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be, then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it is, then I intend to find the answer for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie!
That's a very meaningful look in Susato-san's... That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Okay. How about the... Lord Strongheart mentioned something about the symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court, you can't possibly have forgotten.
I mean, if it's been a year...
That terrible trials of yours when you were accused of murder.
Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Wait, Judge Jigoku, why would you name your kid? Oh no! Especially like the first judge.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over the trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I can't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution.
Seishiro can be written a number of different ways, so it's not clear what his given name is meant to mean. True. I think, I don't even know if he would have the same name like in the original release, because I know they like to change names a lot, but I would imagine it would be the same in the original, like Japanese. I'm not sure. Because it could be like a play on words even with that. It could be written one way, but like be emphasized for, I don't know.
That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. Actually, I am wondering what like the localization differences are between like this really like the English version and the original Japanese version, because there's a lot of like it being in Britain and a lot of like language barriers. According to the wiki, it's written with the characters government and samurai. So, government samurai of hell. Oh gosh. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen too much of it.
How trying for you.
Oh no. Well, at least he's in a better place now. Jeziel Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Jeziel Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Jeziel Brett didn't actually exist.
Didn't exist? But how can that be? That's why she was so calm.
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why, or even how, she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? To be fair, it seems his appearance is based on King Enma. Judge and ruler of Jingoku. That makes sense. Okay.
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name somewhere before? That does seem familiar, I just don't remember for why.
After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on, in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
And what did you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been.
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
Oh no, someone ate him!
I'm not Smelly Rocket, but how are you doing?
Cannibalism, oh! What? Kazuma's body vanished?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown, except Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did, but he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me. So very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. I mean,
he's been wrong about so many things. He could be wrong about someone being dead. You're right.
So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. I feel like there are actual ghost characters in a different Ace Attorney game, so it's not too far out of place. Maybe. I mean, was May the dead sister? Like she... Oh, well, no. They had a specific reason for that. Because they would possess the bodies of the priestesses. They had, like, attunement. I'm trying to think if there were any other cases outside of that.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Miss Susato. I think there's a difference between lying and being wrong, yeah. The first implies an intent to deceive, so if Sholmes himself didn't know, it wouldn't be a lie, right? I think if we just imagine it was just like, I've always seen people do this. Well, like he just touches somewhere that there's not a vein at all. It's just like, I don't feel anything, so obviously he is dead. Wants to fill you with hopes. The thought of him not being dead. Not him, exactly. Hello, Bailey, how are you doing? I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Okay. I guess we present you with something because we can't move. Hey, look at my armband.
You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased.
Well, yes. It feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest.
Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose just there. Look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that.
Then take better care of it, please.
It was all going so well until I ruined it. Yeah, how dare you, Naruhodo. I guess we'll just present a few things to you. About this paper, Miss Susato.
Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know.
I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan.
So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true.
Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then.
Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the professor's good friend, Lord Van Zeeks, as well.
Your luck might not stretch that far. How about this? Miss Susato, do you see this?
You have such great expectations in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all.
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure what I was expecting. How about this crossbow?
This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it?
Yes, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon.
I'm quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know.
No, really?
If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away.
Quite confident, you say? Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? Let's see. Okay, nothing for this one either. I'm wondering if I have to, like, look at something in the background, perhaps. Look at this dead body! That might be a wax statue! I'm not sure. I'm just gonna show you everything just to get it out of the way. Because I'm, like, obviously the wax statues come into play at some point or another. I'm not sure if it's
if it's gonna be that it turns out to be the body. But I think that's probably the case. Because I'm thinking, like, does it show it here? I'm thinking, like, the real guy might be trapped in here. I'm not 100% sure. Because this could, like, either this is actually the guy, or it's the wax statue of the guy, and they have him, like, held captive in that little area. Because obviously a wax statue of a person is gonna play some kind of role.
You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see.
It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas.
It's important to open the window for fresh air when fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It can be a matter of life and death.
Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me.
Oh well. Perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later.
Oh, okay. Maybe we talk to Iris.
Must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound at Bakerville.
But then Mr. Shums forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody can get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Oh yeah, we never figured that out.
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of Bakerville. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry that I've kept it from you for so long, Iris. Oh yes, tell us. Tell us why you know. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while after we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers.
She's gonna ask about her dad.
There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of Bakerville.
What?
My Bakerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Interesting. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Bakerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Shom's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still, I've made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this ordinary trick.
Yes, the conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started right away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. that are just a very strong excuse. Okay, so... Oh, it seems we can't go to the prosecutor's office. That makes sense. It said that we have a new location, but nothing's really new. Unless I misread that and it was just telling us that we can't go to the prosecutor's office. Okay, nobody's here. I mean, I'm just gonna go here for no reason. Oh! I didn't expect anybody to be here. Okay. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've seen her before. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Mr. Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zieks is in the Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh, that's why he's not in his room. Oh, dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special suspension that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation teams handling on this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. I guess we can talk to you about something. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes.
but London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Huh. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Makotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord?
Your father should be on the high sea as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquitted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Makotoba, I mean. It was many years ago, but yes. Did it say acquainted? And not, or did it, was it acquitted? I don't know. I remember Dr. Makotoba very well. Dr. Makotoba, not Professor? If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed me greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness and carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Professor Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinner's, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it so happens.
Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I have no doubt that they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. And its nature was probably turbulent, for all we know. I wanted to ask about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint von Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barrick had graduated from University of London and became a prosecutor, when obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrick von Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word!
So, Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? Dun dun dun! Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. I wonder if the Hound of Bakersville incident has anything to do with Van Zieks' brother. Because it very much seems like that might be the case. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. What about the ghosts or spirits, if you will, of all the glasses and bottles he's thrown, right?
Oh my gosh. Okay, let me get my timer ready. Are you well versed in science then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. I don't know a thing about science.
Well, the special suspension legally preventing investigation of the machine is clearly being annulled. Jigama jigama gokura sukire kaiju no sugi no surai matsu urai matsu furai matsu kuna no tokoro no sumu tokoro dabaru kaji no paipu no koji paipu no shooting gun no guran no pompu pi no pompu ka no chokyo me no chosuka. Wait, is that the first time I've done that in the Valley Girl place? I don't remember. I know I've done it in the Uwu voice a few times, but I don't remember doing it in the Valley Girl voice before. Right? It's really fun. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. It is done. It is done, rat god complete. Fantastic. I think there's been like one, maybe. I feel like it's been a while though. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. Touch everything, right? Just get up right up there and just sniff everything. Just rub our grubby little fingers on everything. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Bye. Okay. They left it so quiet here. A new location. Oh, the forensics lab. That makes sense. Okay, let's go here. Since now I have permission to look at everything. Maybe there's something new on this floor. But at the crystal tower. I hope they have food in the thing if they do actually have them trapped. Oh, hi. Oh gosh. Please don't talk, Ginny, for the next like 3 minutes. I had no idea that there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds at this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are! I have faith in you! How do I do Valley Girl in Cockney British? I have faith in you that I'll show you mugs before long. Oh, it's not! It wasn't Ginny. Oh, Professor Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman you so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a little rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, there's the young trainee's domain. Or that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. She's busy with dog. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina, she's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good cat, actually. Heart's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Haha, not likely. But you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? That's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there, of all places? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. You're probably not gonna have that many fish and chips then. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
You're taking Gina with you? What, you're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least.
Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here.
Alright, yeah, the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
Oh, isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but isn't the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest? Or it's the, yeah. Right, they're so cute. Oh. Aw, man. It would have been funny if one of the things was like, so about France. Gina? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here.
Ah, yes, Toby.
Off.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of these stairs, I presume? I haven't actually seen it, so if you don't mind.
Sorry, can't get up there, Thieves. Oh. It's like I told Oda yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck.
What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it. The special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot allowed to investigate it.
What are they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
But isn't it the case that the special suspension has been lifted?
I think so. Don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. It's still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something?
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps.
That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called in to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cov's office and came back snivelling.
Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scenes as long as we touch nothing.
Oh yeah?
Honestly.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you still saying all this is bored, are you?
I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic.
Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
Now to talk about everything else. Let's talk about the dog. That's more important than today's trial. Where did you find the little mutt then, Gina?
Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Odo.
A slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright. Toby's... how did they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry?
I'm giving it a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? That's so cute. Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now?
I've heard that they have already been being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Naruhodo, I don't think that's something you should share.
Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fellow, no?
Oh, really?
According to what the boss said, once Toby here's got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim?
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by a rather large margin.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more than dogs doing their bit for the police in the future.
Yes, I agree.
Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at our slot, not the other way around.
Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much.
Well, anyway, whatever you think about it, Toby's here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down in the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street.
There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
Anyway, today's trial.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right life. It was the new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about I'm about to be found out.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in your previous court appearances, didn't you?
Yeah, I know they made things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot more fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed the dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix.
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible.
What do you mean?
He's supposed to arrest that other cov, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber.
That's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guessed they would be.
He's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him gut ache.
Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
Oh.
A new one. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck.
He's really funny looking, got two eyes that don't match. Caught still a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old Deva's got it.
Sorry? Who?
You know, that scowling reaper was caught glugging down glasses of that blood red plonk.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
He's always had it in for me, that cov. Dunno what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it gets.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-guggling demigod, you're equally badly off with both.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Glad we put that one to bed.
Use the dog to sniff out Zep's anime figures. I don't think they would have a scent other than just plastic. Let me see. Yeah, they don't have much of a scent.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at Scotland Yard's dead set on finding a fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Trevor at all? Oh well. Time to go up. Let me see. Yeah, there's nothing that popped up new out here. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. I don't know, maybe older figures would smell differently. Let me sniff Nyan. Nope, not much of a smell.
Oh my, so this is the machine
That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Stop. No, I'm not sniffing Miku. I sniffed Iron Mouse and Yanners. If I went to sniff Miku, I would have had to sit up. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant. No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. I mean, honestly, if I went to sniff one of the Mikus, that would be like a sense of what an older figure would smell like. I would smell my Hatsune Nendoroid.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look, is that...
So weird. You were the one that suggested it! Oh, heck, I was trying to click out the side of the thing. What did it say? Is that Lord Van Zeeks? I think so. Probably. So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Sato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? I completely tuned that out.
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Okay. Well, I'm not... Oh, up? Interesting. Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? I was looking at the chain. That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I thought I could predict that I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you?
Oh, no, I would never say something like that.
Thinking about when Psyche is like trying to predict what I'm gonna say.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders had buckled and twisted in the blast.
And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor,
yeah, it opens up.
Looks as though it's designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
Let's not worry about the fact that the man might still be in there. This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood. Right, it's still sparking. It's been a day.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderful, durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'd understand that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Just breaks up the wooden birdcage and just shoves it in our pockets. It's going to start a fire. It's still, right? Like, there's so much wood nearby, it's gonna start something.
I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples.
I think the romance will be slightly spoiled by the abject terror personally, but then I'm not a Londoner.
Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo?
It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it then, in that case.
When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it?
That does seem a little bit complicated. Scared of heights. Wait until planes, right? Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zeeks? What? Well, a beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponis are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Lord, do you want to go on a date? Do you want to go on the Ferris wheel? The thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
So, your dead brother... So, Clint... was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks. You Nipponis. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it, then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponis with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of Madame Two-Spell's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork, which... Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Interesting. Okay, so now about Drebber. Careful, start talking like that, he'll start throwing glasses forward instead of behind him, right? He's gonna get so angry during the court, he's just gonna take the bottle and just throw it directly at our face. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Very interesting. Oh, hi! Hi, possibly Sholmes. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. It was... Oh, hello, Psych!
I'd like to use these bits and some from yesterday to get you lunch today, but if you need them for something else, that's okay. I'm really proud of you for taking this big step in streaming. Well, I'll be here to cheer you on.
Oh, thank you.
One love.
Thank you. I think, I might be able to get myself some, like, Taco Bell, maybe. But thank you for the 900 videos today. How are you doing, Psych? I was looking for Capuino Black Wicker because you know, I don't know if I've seen them. I don't know if I've seen this good boy that you're searching for, but I'll keep an eye out. Taco Tuesday. It's Thursday, but I mean it works. Are you all right? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh yeah, you haven't seen him. Lord Van Ziek's apprentice, apparently. And at myself today, I'll be lurking and not talking much. Oh no, I hope you're gonna be okay. Hopefully you get through it before too long. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. It's Thursday, I'm stuck in Eternal Tuesday again, oh no! Lord Van Zieks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Or with him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Wait, what? That was not what I was anticipating. Kazuma. I don't believe it. I thought it was Sholmes. Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Majima! I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. as if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma?
Just books it. Well, wait!
Too late. What's going on here?
Your apprentice,
What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Oh, does he have amnesia? He might have amnesia. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What? Oh, thank you for the stretch and hydrate, psych. Ooh.
Oh!
ah, okay. The 2 hydrates.
He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama,
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office.
I see.
And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about it.
My brain my brain went a Yakuza route of just like, what if it's not actually him and it's like a twin brother? But no, it's more than likely amnesia. It's him.
You're going to have to leave now.
Isn't Kazuma our teacher from the very beginning? Yeah, the guy that died on the boat.
The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems.
Well, we could do without that.
All right, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato.
Of course.
Okay.
So, that was a, that was a big thing. Oh, ooh.
I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. I think it's fine.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. We could just have a look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls.
I like the look of it. There's more than one way to die. The death of the body, the death of the self. The body can remain, but there is an issue. The whip that wipes the slate clean, got a whole new person. Yeah, I think it's like, because obviously there's a little bit of him still there. It's kind of like the Battler situation almost. Maybe.
Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Naruhodo being like, man, just look at the fact that there's totally not a skeleton in here. Just everything but the skeleton. I thought it was funny because they're literally how they introduced Jashin, Koji, and Naruto, a cloak and silver mask like that. That later revealed to be Jiraiya. That's still really weird to me that they brought him back in Boruto. It's just like we saw him die, didn't we? Like, it's been a while since I watched Naruto, but we saw him die, right? Well, it's not him, it's a clone of him. Oh, fair. True. But still. Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Miss Susato, can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? That's how I cope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Let's see. Ooh, the birds. We can talk about the birds. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. How about the skeleton or the skull in a jar? Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in here. Oh, yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. My goodness, you little scaredy cat. People are complaining, though, because Jiraiya wasn't reanimated by Kabuto, even though every strong character was brought back in the final war. They said since he sunk to the bottom of the ocean, there wasn't enough DNA to reanimate him, but the person who cloned him said he took the blood from the pain fight. So, like, he just had... Because I do remember vaguely that he fought Pain, but that was, like, forever ago? So unless he just had Jiraiya's blood on him, like, for who knows how long. I actually don't remember how he died, I just remember that he was dead. There we go. Yeah, Pain killed him, so yeah, so... Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Ah, Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Miss Susato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh. So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. It's like when you're in science class and there's just like a jar with a baby pig in it and it's just like, I don't want to think about this. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? Yes. Hashirama, the person dead for over 100 years, had enough DNA, but Jiraiya, a guy who died less than a year ago, no, not enough. Right, it's silly. That was, I mean... Is Boruto a manga as well?
Or is it an anime original? I'm not sure. Because if it's an anime original, like if it's the same studio that like is a manga, yeah, okay. Interesting. Oh yeah, it is. Because I was like, if this is just in the anime, I mean, like the animators have just done what they wanted essentially. Because like heckin' they made Sakura unlikable in the anime. Like the animation studio loved Hinata and hated Sakura, but like when you read the manga, it's like she's fine. She's pretty good, honestly. The Boruto manga just hit their time skip in the last chapter. Shippuden. They're already at Boruto Shippuden? My goodness.
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk makes me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. I guess you just get used to it at one point. Is there anything else to look at? Because I would assume that she would have like shown up after we looked at everything. But I think we've examined everything in the room and nothing happened. So I guess we leave, I suppose. We don't get to talk to Dr. Lady. Let's go here, I suppose. It's called Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. The final Boruto episode before the time skip had Naruto and Hinata sealed away in an alternate dimension with everyone on Earth mind-controlled except for What? I'm sorry, what? What? My goodness. I mean, the main villain has mass mind control powers. That sounds awful. I was right to steer clear of that. Nothing I've seen inspires confidence. Right? Like, I haven't looked at anything Boruto. I was just like, oh, okay, like in passing, like, okay, these two had kids, that this is a weird ship, but whatever. In an alternate dimension. Oh my gosh. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later.
Where are we supposed to go then?
We went there. Oh, I guess the jail, I think? Also, they may have killed Sasuke off screen during the time skip, it's being implied. What? Oh. He's been busy. I still think Naruto peaked during the bridge arc way back when Zabuzu and Haku's story was well done. It was mostly downhill from there, aside from... That was so early on, too. Like, that was... I think technically the second arc, maybe? If you're counting the introduction stuff as an arc. I think, funnily enough, I only own like one volume of Naruto. And it's the one that includes it had the Naruto and Sasuke fight. And then it had the time skip to when Kakashi was their age and how he got the eye. I only finished Naruto and I heard it was done. That last arc dragged on way too long and had terrible payoff. Yeah, I think I read the ending, but also I'm not sure. I'm questioning myself. It has been like, what, it ended like a decade ago, maybe? The Naruto and Sasuke fight, do you have any? The essentially, like, essentially before it goes into Shippuden. The big fight after the Sound of Four or whatever, probably. Yeah, they're releasing like it's like 20th anniversary episodes. Do we know any information about like what's gonna be in there? Because I think they said it's gonna air for like 4 weeks or something. What's he doing? Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. It's 4 1-hour-long episodes. Interesting. Each episode is an arc from the original show. Interesting. Huh. Do we know if they're gonna dub it? Because I would watch that in the background. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. I did actually think Kirumaru and Kimimaru, Spider Guy and Bone Guy's fights were relatively good, but had long since checked out by the time the pain arc rolled around. Fair enough. Tuning exams, Sasuke retrieval, and 2 other unrevealed arcs. Interesting. Does that mean they're not reanimating the kiss scene? Or is it going to be reanimated in a flashback because they can't stop thinking about it?
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, and who is this young lady?
My name is Susato Mikotoba, and I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant.
They did say they were extremely minimal flashbacks. Okay, I guess if they're having to have it fit in an hour, I don't know. We'll see. Oh wait, the Chunin exams, isn't that where... Was that where the iconic, like, Rock Lee and Gata fight happened, or is that a different exam?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young lady like you sooner! None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
Because if so, that's gonna be cool reanimated.
I owe you an apology too, Professor.
I didn't manage to deliver what I'd promised to you that I would in the court this morning.
Oh no, the whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I have been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The walls was all I had to hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Saku versus Shiro, Sakura versus Ino, Tenten versus Tamari, Shikamaru versus Kin, Naruto versus Kiba, Hinata versus Neji, Gata versus Lee. That's gonna be fun to see reanimated, honestly. Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe.
No, actually, this is my autobiography.
What? Naruto versus Neji, Sakura versus Sasuke, Tamari versus Shikamaru.
Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. I found that I can represent my odd fortunes with odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see.
Wait, did I? I don't think so. Because I read the first set and then I read the second set, I think.
So it's going to be a new serial publication from the next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Alvidae verbally said the first one twice. No, I said, what? I said Naruto versus Neji and Gaara versus Sasuke, Tabari versus Shikamaru, I think. I'll clip it. Okay. I see. Well, I already read this message, so...
Oh, yes, of course. I have been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled, I was by the pair of them! By Aspen and by that aloof engineer Drebber.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Right, please stop saying you were diddled.
Everything I believe in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. I didn't want to be diddled and fiddled.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you're still done something wrong! Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrick did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Barrick wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believes it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why is it, or why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean.
Why? Pulled up the VOD and it turns out we're both wrong. Oh no. Wait, we're both wrong? How?
After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore.
You simply added Sasuke versus Sakura for some reason. Wait, did I? What the heck?
Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers, even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any prosecutors had taken the case, or any other of them anyway, if it was anyone other than Barrick, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barrick insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in this kind-hearted soul idea? Yeah, the walls. That is his autobiography, apparently, about how he was diddled and fiddled.
Do you think he can set out a trick for me from the very... Or did you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic.
But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money! We want to do research, but we can't afford it! Any of us take on barely legal part-time work to try and earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asmund is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. I'm pretty sure he's just stuck in the thing. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asmund first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no
point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? If you were offered a spot as a voice actor in an anime for no pay, would you take it? For no pay, I feel like it would really depend on a few factors. I don't know what those factors would be, but
I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else.
Getting a name out there, perhaps, yeah, is the main reason.
Although, just once. I just visited his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Why didn't you mention this before? And not Drebber's workshop? There's every chance we might find the man there. Where is it? Tell me. Just grabs him through the bars. Tell me. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there. Let's say a new character in the new season of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. They tell you it's a female character if that affects your decision. I feel like they would have some money to give me. Well, okay, so I'm thinking like if it's I'm thinking if it's like a smaller project with like a small role, that would be like okay. But if it's like take your exposure and enjoy it.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry.
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then.
That place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their scent formula and use that instead.
I'm assuming you're taking into consideration the amount of time it would take from you. Yes, yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, if it's a small role with, like, maybe a line or two, then maybe. But if it's, like, a main or supporting character that's in, like, multiple episodes, then I should be getting paid for something like that. That's what I'm thinking. Like, honestly, to be fair, I think with even, like, smaller roles, you should get paid, but, like,
if it's a situation where like I would be able to voice act somebody, but I wouldn't get paid for it, it would need to be a small role for me to be able to kind of justify it. Ah! Sorry to keep distracting. It's okay. Don't worry, Sake. What do you think, Miss Susato? The machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example. The man was clearly very cautious, Miss Susato. I'm sure he would never— Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me a business card once. It's right here. Look! What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. It kinda— I mean, we could just— Is it gonna be a thing that we have to just flip it over? Interesting. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly the dog. The dog. Okay. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specifically imported very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Okay, so now we can go, now we know where to go. Okay, bye, have fun in jail. There it is. Hey, can you have, what was it, Oliver? Sniff this? About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. And then at A to A. So, if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Oh, come. It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is a very high-quality French machine oil, and it has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff, then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby. It's Toby, okay. Not Oliver, it's Toby. Woof. Since the smell is so good, he can track people all over the ocean, can't he? Or over the oceans. Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby can lead us to that dodgy club's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you— Once a pickpocket, always one. If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh, yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. What then? No, leave it to me. Sorry? We're going to get going after that dodgy engineer car right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Somebody's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what's gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Get that oil scent, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the Channel to France. So, I thought we would follow her. Maybe the doctor lady's here now? Nope, okay. Maybe the wax museum. Nope. The Chief Justice's office. Nope, I figured not. Shomes, maybe home? Nope. Well, we don't have anything to do here, but no, okay. Oh, maybe we can go up here and like touch things. We better not try going up these stairs to the stage area now. If we were to bump into the forensic investigation team, it sounds like it could make trouble. Okay. Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Sato? Oh, yes. When I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. What do we do? Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch, I'm a bad person. The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe, or 9 meters if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly, although if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear, I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's see. I'm just making sure that we look at everything that we can. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the great exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. If it's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. Where do we go from here? Maybe we missed something here? Like, maybe there is something to look at? Oh, Shomes isn't here. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash! Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. A Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate.
Absolutely not.
Ah, there's a stepladder there. Look.
Oh, yes, a stepladder.
I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong?
Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? I got an achievement for that.
Ah, yes, the heavy curtain in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Two Spells special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know. Can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
They let you eat the wax, right?
Just have a little snack, just nibble on the ear. Just hum nom 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 nom.
Yeah, I wanted to see him get punched in the chest. I mean, he's gotten flipped quite a few times. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though.
I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? It's almost like we're in a video game.
Pay money to be rotated. My goodness. I think that'd be fun, honestly.
Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in a grisly act.
I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer.
I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely.
And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance?
What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares.
Aha! We have a new theory! I think it's just they were in a bathroom.
So yeah, really nothing here. Where the heck do we go?
Like, what are we missing? Like, do we have to show you an item? Present. I don't know. Professor Hairbrain, what do you make of this?
Oh yes, that's just what we need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it?
No. It's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually.
Then take it away. I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science.
All right, keep your abundant hair on. Lay your card down around me and I'll rotate you for free. Oh no. Okay. Is he gonna say anything about any of the items, I wonder? Because I feel like he would have said something about the birdcage part. How about this? Okay. It's like I really don't want to look up where I'm supposed to go. Yeah, Professor, do you recognize this?
Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you all right? Nobody's mistreated you, have you? Or have they?
Don't worry, he's being well looked after.
I always rub him with machine oil until he's gleaming.
Right.
And then when I come to tighten a screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. It's that age-old problem faced by driver files the world over, isn't it?
I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Driver files. Driver files. Okay. The victim.
How could this have happened?
You must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life. The Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too, and it's all your fault, you stinky.
I know what happened. It must have been that.
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankenfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what it is.
For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Yeah, after this case, you're going to the nut house. I'm sorry, we just screw loose mess, right? Okay, I'm just going through everything and seeing if he has anything to say that helps us progress anything. A crossbow, nope.
Oh, geez, all these hypotheses. Oh, it's not? Nope.
You're probably not gonna say anything about this. Nope. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I'm surprised.
How could this have happened?
You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. You didn't think about that, did you?
I know what happened. It must have been that.
That? Oh, okay. Interesting. So it's the same little anecdote between the two things. Interesting. Okay. Hey, have I shown you my armband yet?
Ah, fascinating, yes.
In Japan, where I come from, it's the symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is a very bracing, I find. Wearing it is very bracing.
Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical.
What do you mean?
Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there is a perfectly logical reason for that feeling.
Oh, really? What is it?
I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one is too small for me. The sleeves especially are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists.
Huh. That's what you call logical, is it?
Of course, it's entirely logical. It's science, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, bye. We've done nothing. Is there like something we missed in here? It's just very like weirdly quiet in here. But everything seems to have a check mark. I'm just scanning for anything that is flashing, but no check mark. Oh, wait. We missed this. Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Too small, you got a size twig when you needed size stick. That's true.
Oh?
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances, and scalpel blades can be sharpened, too.
It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing?
Hi.
Sorry, I had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. Right?
So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice.
Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately.
Right? Just me, I'm like, Dr. Lady, Dr. Lady, Dr. Lady.
Your findings. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene?
I'm good.
The victim, Mr. Audi Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Asman who appeared moments later partway up the crystal tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion.
But that can't be right.
Majima! Don't worry, Majima. It's okay.
If it was an elaborate trick, we could only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprint at the scene makes that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course.
Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us?
My team was tasked with the investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. That's the one thing that we get to ask her? No! Oh, this is a different person. Okay. That makes sense.
Mama, what is this?
Where is she? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear.
Oh.
Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Nada...
Mama.
Yes.
Can I cut this one up?
What?
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Apologize for my absence. There's an awful human with a can of Raid. Every time I move, they move, and there's a stalemate. I'm over disadvantaged, and I think they know her. Oh no! Be safe, Rocket!
Of course you can't. It's a life specimen, as you can very well see.
Boring. Sumaranai.
I think
guys, two
what?
quick questions.
What?
Number one, what the fuck am I
What?
looking at? Number two,
What?
can you stop?
Stop what?
Can we not do this
What?
for 5 seconds?
You don't. You.
For 5 seconds.
I don't think I can say anything without it sounding weird. Anyway, I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're his parent's corpse!
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Ah. I wasn't gonna make a more joke. It wasn't gonna be a poor joke. Stop it. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we can just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Two Spells. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit, but he wasn't there the last few times that we visited.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. Heh.
So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners can think they can look around my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible.
Yes, you.
She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
Okay. Okay. I'll go. I'll leave. Yay, there is some progress because we get a date intro.
Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I cracked my knuckles. I'm sorry.
I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course.
Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? I mean, we can go back to the doctor's place. Eek! What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork! I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
Ah, he's in the same spot.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail.
Aha!
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find... That's the temporary waxwork himself.
Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yes. Hello again.
Hi, Majima.
It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What is this TikTok you're sending me? What is this TikTok? Is that I looked at it without sound on. Was that a Germa reference?
I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back to where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow. Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So, as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties? Auroras. Do not disturb, huh?
Germa's... I know, like, barely anything about Germa outside of, like, some memes. Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. Wow. So are we not... Like, we have to talk to you, right?
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again, but where is he?
I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh! What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! She just punches it. The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Herlock Sholmes.
No way! I can't believe this!
Germa's not real and he cannot hurt you. Yay, I'm safe. I'm safe from Germa. Susato-san! Susato-san! How dare you jump scare her like that? My most humble apologies.
I thought I'd died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free dedication at some point, or deduction. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We were talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter.
Oh no, he hungry.
That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Like me for real, for real. Oh no, you should eat. You should eat something. Well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. It's gonna be a waxwork of the victim. I bet you. I bet. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had already intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demanded was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
The fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Two Spells at all cost. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. She's so hungry. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Yes, I do. I do stand here. Enoch Dreba. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh.
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Dreber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seemed to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Dreber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as I find any clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Okay.
Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. Is it too hard for my workout buddy and I to simply fall in love and simply make my own little gym and help each other to reach each other's goals and bake each other protein-rich meals like a loving pair of workout buddies? Technically, I think that would be difficult to start out, but I believe in you. Because that sounds quite lovely. You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia, but yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Shones. I already have some equipment at home, but it just doesn't feel right. Yeah, you need somebody else. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Shones. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Yes, I was indeed hiding stuff from you. Right, get a buff tomboy or femboy to help, yeah. Just an extremely shredded tomboy. Mr. Shomes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you all right, Mr. Shomes? A femboy, you mean a bear? Tomboy abs. I would say get buff pup, but I'm pretty sure they already have a partner so. But someone like buff pup, maybe. Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting this, very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Shomes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Would you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Shomes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I await you to peruse it at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. Why can't you just say the sculpture is the guy in the picture, right? I don't think it's the guy in the picture. I think it's the victim. It is what the wax statue is. 5 shillings we'd had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Shomes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is that what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands and chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Okay, let's see. Let's see what's behind the curtain. We paid the shillings. Why is it doing this? We're already here. Oh, that's inconvenient. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Susato, I say we turn our heels and go straight home via the really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. we've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may. Oh, I think the guy in the picture is the mannequin on the left here. Mr. Sholmes heavily implied that there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato's voice tremble? You should quit while he's ahead. Ba-dum-ts. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. He seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Come on, show us the face. Yeah. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle! Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes, this man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ugh. Do you know, though? Something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the display in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... It's just someone getting buried alive. It's fine. This surely can't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago.
Yes, please tell us. Tell us all that you know. Oh, why am I yawning?
I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Oh gosh, enormous hound? How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh!
The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Huh?
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlight graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events.
There was a witness?
But of course, my dear fellow, Majima was there.
Oh gosh.
It was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Goro Majima.
Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen?
The young witness.
So this is a waxwork model by Enoch Drebber. Or an Enoch.
10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say that he was about 20 years old.
It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Two-Spell's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing there in the first place, in the lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yes, what was he up to? What was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest level of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever been systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. What?
Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had.
But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact.
What do you mean by no resurrection?
The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police in the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing had been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think?
Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as the result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie.
Do we leave now? Maybe Gina's back? Nope, okay. Maybe there was more to do. Let me go back in there, I guess. Why is it the same? I think it didn't expect me to leave. You know, every time I see Sholmes, I always remember that the original author of Sherlock Holmes never wanted to write detective novels and rather wanted to write action and superhero stuff. It's the reason the original Sherlock Holmes was a master martial artist and had super strength. He could not... Oh yeah, I think
I think the one Sherlock movie that had like Robert Downey Jr., wasn't that like kind of closer to what was initially intended? I mean, other than like the boxing matches, I guess. Or was that in the originals? I don't know. Oh, maybe we can examine more, because we kind of just like sped run to him.
This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor.
Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Two-Spell said. He killed 5 victims, all of noble and royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. I almost want to say, like, maybe they swapped the heads? I wonder if that's possible. So this is the condemned man.
Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum.
We already discussed this a little bit. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. It's the part of the tower. And quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal glass glazing, or window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength? But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Ah, well, I've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean exactly the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? It makes you think. Who knows? Earlier in the court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick, and now we discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? I think not. Is there anything else really to pay attention to here? I mean, we could look at like the back, but it's not really gonna let us. Nope, that's it for this, I guess. We have more to hear. This game, I don't know what this is. Writing hurts me. It really does. Especially when like everything's pieced together in your brain, but it's just like they're like a chapter away for the characters, and it's like, okay, when are they gonna realize? How long is it gonna take? This part of the exhibit is as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. Okay, this is the same. Why would there be glass on this wax sculpture? Huh, gee, oh man. Okay, so let's look at this camera. Maybe this is what we're missing. What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule.
But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as ghost on film.
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think.
Because I think this is the same camera that the little Bohemian boy had. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. It's a photographic plate? Or what's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens.
If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? I do, however, appreciate when it leads you to one exception for like 5 continuous hours when the conclusion is stupidly obvious, only to pull out some other entirely new angle that completely justifies them running around like headless chickens for the last 3 hours. True. What I don't like is when we're in the court and I know what to present, but I didn't look at it to get that extra little bit of information, so it doesn't count. That was so annoying last chapter. That's quite a large lamp the man is carrying, or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, Latin, chochin. The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. That is fair. Let's see. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Miss Susato? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Okay, I guess it calls for this to have me look at the camera. Oh. Okay, we got progress. Bury the spade. What the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? Well, I asked Iris and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, not so loud in the museum. Madame Two Spells will have you take a position as a waxbook if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... All right, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found the dodgy cob's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it down. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right then, see you there.
When do we get to Phoenix Wright? In a few years. I don't know. I don't have... Actually, are the original trilogies on Steam? That's a good question, actually. Let me look while Shomes is sad. Oh, it is. One day. I don't know, one day. Only a few years, just a couple. You go. Don't mind me, I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Have we not played the OG? On stream? No, we have not.
Oh dear. Someone is feeling sorry for himself.
Because I've played, I played the original, like, on my DS. So it's been a while, but, like, somebody has enough points to throw things at the... Why? What? What are you... What? Why would I deserve being thrown things at?
Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have to pay me monetary recompense. And Iris's, forget that. I'll pay for everything.
What are the reasons? Name one.
Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail the carriage at once.
Fatima!
No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then.
I shall gladly pay her half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. I mean, if you Aggies would want me to play through the original trilogy on stream at one point, I wouldn't be opposed. I just would probably take a break between this and that. But I can get around to it eventually. That looks like...
Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, so you got here then? Gina, well done for finding this place. In such a little time, you really worked miracles. It's Toby is the miracle worker.
I thought you'd lot to show up here before long. Hello, Inspector. Why are your eyes scrunched? That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. Can I voice the dog? Sure.
So, Inspector, are there any signs of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to, say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid, now would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to the lawyer types. You're right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Shums. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Like this very, very conspicuous quiver of arrows. How come we don't see our character model during scenes like this? Because it's in first person. We usually only see our character model during court scenes anyway. That's been pretty much a consistency. I think the Edgework games were like the first one that you could actually see yourself while roaming around, but that was because like they had the roaming around sequences slightly different. I think they were experimenting with things with the Edgeworth games. Yeah, only during the court scenes and cinematics, yeah. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose...
Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up in the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Which is why the most shocking moment of the series is playing the first Ace Attorney game and seeing just how spiky your hair is for the first time. Right, it's so spiky. Ah, this appears to be the most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would go away. Even Shomes is just like, Naruhodo, what the are you talking about? It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea that was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Very interesting. Okay, let's look at the machine itself. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, that machine is covered by a special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. Okay. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
No loose change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby to ear. Oh, my dear fella.
British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Susato. Okay, nothing about these helium tanks. Didn't we dismiss the... I think we dismissed it specifically for the one that was, like, out on display. So I guess... I don't know. I guess we're, like, acting with caution for this one specifically. This door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
This is a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's given it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. That was less of a thud and more of a boom. Oh. Is something wrong, Miss Susato?
Well...
It didn't sound like that. Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Oh, you were trying to play a random sound so that would do the knocking, weren't you?
Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I don't know. What do you reckon, Toby?
Okay, it's time for you to voice. Unless that's you voicing Toby. Good job. Right, mind the grease. Who's ever in there? Open up. This is Scotland Yard. Clump? Is it a horse? Hold on, I'll push it. I'm not in a voice call. Wait. Why do I have a notification? I don't know where that notification's coming from. Oh, okay. It's the VR chat Discord. Billion is like Madina.
Oh my, someone is in there.
This rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. I don't remember you saying that. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Oh. There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that behind that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. It's just like a rhythm game, quick action sequence. Oh, that's a bomb. Wow, VR chat Discord, how nice you have some sort of hobby online to partake in and talk to your friends there on some sort of closeness. Well, no, it's the official VR chat one. Because for some reason they make you join the Discord if you need to send in a ticket for an issue. And I was just like, well, I'll stay in here for like updates. What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Oh yeah, I didn't notice that at all.
Right, there ain't no one in it after all.
But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Mr. Jumper running away. No, it is! No, it is! But yeah, it's an at everyone in there from Tupper. Oh, it's an update for a UI color picker, full body fixes and improvement, German and Japanese tooltip localization, and saying that this version of VR chat is not network compatible. Wait, they're gonna update the Unity? Oh, wait, are they gonna have to update Avatar stuff? Oh no, am I gonna have to learn a new Avatar system? No! Okay, anyway. Maybe that was the sound of Drepper running away.
But there's only one door into this room.
And no windows that can afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. But it does have shoe prints on it. What's that up there? Are they footprints? On the ceiling? Does this room rotate? Blow me! What if we have there then? Why is nobody paying attention to the bomb? Forever holding this cord on a little string and then yanking it away from us every day. I mean... I still need to set up some roles, but like... Technically... Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd be no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. So yeah, it's real. I do need to still set up some things. That'll hopefully be set up today after stream. I was gonna set up before stream, but yeah. So right now the everyone role can't speak. But that should be fixed. That should be fixed tonight. There's something of great interest here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar.
A rope? What's significant about that?
Oh, is she already fixing it? Okay. I know that she said that she was working on it and she might not get to it until Sunday, so I was gonna, or until Saturday, so I was thinking of working on it, but if she's already fixing it, then never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Miss Naruhodo. Because I've at least set up a channel for roles, I just haven't set up the automated roles thing because I was just like, I don't know what to do, and the video tutorial was long.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too.
Okay, well first, let's examine this bomb. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something?
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this?
Let's see, I've never seen anything like this before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch to me. Ah! Miss Susato, what's the matter? Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? A time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Eh? Oh, they've noticed it, right? I think it's because, like, not everybody knows what one looks like, I guess. You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment.
Huh. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it is a very similar appearance. Look, they were just standing in front of it every time someone started talking. It's hard to notice that way, true.
Oh, well, thank goodness, but then what is it?
I see. So that's it. Right, it's a piggy bank.
Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I am fated to never know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardship that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go, I feel a great deduction coming. Just imagine the bomb is gonna have the like, and huh? Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
Oh, but how could you...
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
Oh my god, don't you realize the bomb was the murderer? Oh my gosh! It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato.
Oh, yes, I'd be delighted.
Is he telling her to stand there so that way it's just like, I need somebody to react to what I am saying? So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
I wonder if I should go ahead and order food. I don't know. I don't know if I should save food for later. I don't know.
I need someone to store up some of the blast. We need a meat shield to block the explosion. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed and the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room is on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that...
Oh hey, a safe code. Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at least succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity of this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Technically, I suppose? I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. I'm sorry. Just anti-gravity.
Shomes, I know you're probably right, but only somebody on crack would come to that conclusion. Yeah, he's a wee bit silly. Shomes, I worry about you sometimes, right?
But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. It is a timing device that controls the gravity direction will switch. There was certainly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here was turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we can now find this room.
This is just the plot of JoJo Part 6. There's so many things where it's just like, this is the plot of JoJo Part something or other. Like, you keep looking at the first Yakuza game and you're like, this is literally this.
This is certainly the work of an enemy stand.
Here, let me show you just how it works to prove my deduction, Shomes, moments before blowing everyone up in the room, right? The villain controlled gravity so intensely that he controlled time because gravity affects time. Really? Wait. That's not Dio, right? Dio does something else with time, right? It's not the world, right? It's not the one JoJo thing I know, right? No, that's Dio's boyfriend. Oh, okay. It's a bit more convoluted than that. Fair enough.
The direction which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in this automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. I had it in a dream. It was a premonition. It has to be real. The thing is, if I order Taco Bell, I'm not gonna really be able to have a chance to eat it. I'm not sure. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Whitesnake didn't control gravity. I'm so confused. I only know the world and muda. And I only know that because it was in a fighting game. I don't remember which fighting game, but one of them.
Yes. How it is possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? My source is I made it up.
Made in Heaven was my favorite localized name. It came to me in a dream, right? That's a nice argument, Shomes. Why don't you back it up with a source? Oh, okay, that's the first half of that.
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam.
Oh, interesting. At least it's phonetically similar. I think I heard that they had to like change names just for exclusivity or something.
The same reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of a nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. Whee! By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, and to make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Shomes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel.
Yeah, Soul Calibur, the game with JoJo and Star Platinum. No, it wasn't Soul Calibur.
I think it was like Mudai or something.
It was like a very like community-driven fighting game, as far as I was aware. So the I don't know.
But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Anchoring one to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight.
Spicy Lady. That is a funny name.
And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now. Just for fun. I can control both electricity and the pull of gravity.
Originally Spice Girl. Ah, makes sense, makes sense. I.e. dirty deeds done for dirt cheap. Change to filthy acts done for a reasonable price. That's fun. That's really fun. Sorry, I'm just thinking of having it be in the song. Just filthy acts done at a reasonable price.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
I like how Gina's just like tuned out. The creator judge said that he would have 100% have the actual song he's referencing the soul. Or the oh, that's fun. What would happen if you got caught between flipped gravity and normal gravity? I guess you'd float. Maybe? She's completely spellbound.
Mr. Sholmes, there was just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's constant scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
But your whole deduction hinges on it.
Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my most endearing pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy.
Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susato lent me once.
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel at the end, as I think you'll find, do ropes. As evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled.
That argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
Majima, why didn't you show up? Majima! Majima, get out here!
Let me refresh it. He's been showing up too often. He broke. He a seep. He a seepy boy. Wow. There we go. He should be showing up next time.
I think perhaps we might need to... Hi, Majima! Might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. I'm pretty sure he's in the next town over by now.
If you're ready, then let us resume. Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, Irwagos? Okay, I'll give Irwagos. I'm still trying to decide if, I want to order Taco Bell. Because if I do order it, then... Majima!
Then, we're gonna have to take a break so that way I can eat, or else I'm not gonna eat it. But, I don't know, because my heckin' favorite meme channel just died and will never be back, so it's I don't know what we would do in the meantime as I eat.
It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray.
It's up to you.
Yeah, because I am hungry.
And I don't think...
I don't think... I mean, I can have a snack at least. Meme Sheep died again. Well, Meme Sheep wasn't what I was using. I think I started using them, but like Meme Sheep was kind of hit and miss. But no, it was unusual memes, and a lot of people have taken the name. And it's not the same. It's not the same. They have the memes that I was trying to avoid with that channel specifically. Let's see, the table and the chairs and lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. Well, the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth of that part gravity played in this whole business. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive such an explanation, but the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? Now refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene is a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Ah! Kill Sykes' personal gravity and momentum to launch him into space. No! Ah! Spin that chessboard around, Battler. Yeah! My goodness, the huge throw has been doing a really good job of just having me off screen. What could it be? Other than the inverted furniture. The safe, I guess?
Take that!
Nope. Unlike every other piece of furniture in the room, this safe is not turned upside down. So, a reversal in gravity can't be the reason for the state of this room. Mr. Naruhodo, I implore you to observe more closely. As you can see, the safe's feet is firmly bolted to the floor, saving it from any effects of gravity. Oh, so it is. But there is one thing we can learn from your misguided conclusion. A good deduction is no mean feat. What? Can we at least make jokes at my expense funny? What has enough force to upturn an entire room? Okay. If this reversal of gravity is scientifically impossible, perhaps we can prove it didn't occur. Well, to prove a hypothesis is wrong, is there gonna be something with like water? The easiest way to just find is an obvious exception. Let's have a good look around. Oh yeah, that is very obviously on the floor. Maybe we just have to look at it closer. Maybe that was the mistake. We had to look at it before presenting it. Ah, look, Mr. Seto. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up. Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. What else is there to click on then? All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly. Yes, it does immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit. Ah, could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think? I'm not sure that much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation. Oh dear, saying the first thing that comes into your head isn't the way forward here, it seems. Like, what's something that's fine? Like,
all I can click on is the safe and the inverted furniture. Where is something? Why is it not possible for someone just manually turned all the... Because that's a lot of work. Who would do that? Who would do that? Why is this like the one that's an issue? All of the other ones are like really easy. Was it? Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know, that slender little face looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think that the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. I wonder what that could be.
Take that!
The upright face clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Want, admin privileges that turn off other people gravity runs too high to be held to the edge of the Earth's atmosphere. Oh no! Honestly, I would like to float in my house. Honestly. Like, if I'm in my own house, I don't need to walk around. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. Floating is lewd. How is it lewd? What? This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I don't mean to be lewd, but all the fun that you can have in Zero-G, like chase your friends with a gorilla costume. My goodness, I feel like it would just be fun to float. I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it is must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Gee, I wonder if it's, perhaps they were looking for the safe combination. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe 432582. Safe? As in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though. Gee, I wonder.
Take that!
Ask Lefty what the first thing they would do if they gave the ability to float at home. Okay, I will ask. I will ask right now. We might not get an answer for a bit, but I will ask right now. Give me 1 second. Wow. Okay, I'm not even typing it in. I'm just gonna send the message itself. Okay. We will get an answer to that at one point. First thing is definitely use it for lazy purposes. Yeah, for like their legs are always like so sore when they get home, so I'm pretty sure they would love to just float. They would take a nap in 0G. Wait, hold on. The actor killed someone. Miss Green was going. Yes. The sham sphere was going to kill Mr. Natsume, and Miss Green was going to kill Mr. Shamsphere because he killed her possibly boyfriend? I think they were engaged, so fiance, I think. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted a ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. Oh, it's like we're talking about the case from the last chapter. Yeah, I think it was last chapter. I've been coincidentally gone every time that wizard on the thumbnail you made was around, so I'm still wondering how literal magic is part of things. Oh, the wizard in the thumbnail is a person that makes wax statues of people. That I don't know if she's actually literally magic or not. Would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. Attending Moki's birthday subathon? Maybe. I have to remember. Let me see. Possibly. If nothing else, I might raid on that day. Because I know that's the week before the trip. So I might be able to. Yeah, I know when Moki's birthday is. Don't worry. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn... Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario was clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. It's not today, no, it's the 27th of October. It's 10 days after Moki's. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code which would unlock the safe. It's not my birthday. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What is our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain this actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there in the ceiling? He took his shoes and threw them up at the ceiling. A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. It is not my birthday. It is not my birthday. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in the direction gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, happy birthday, Psych! Happy birthday, Psych! Happy birthday, Pumpkin! Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery was just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life is so much simpler in these halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. For my birthday 100 times, each and every one of you, my goodness. Imagine.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Right. Okay, so let's see. What the? Lionheart? How was Psyche able to summon you like that? What? Ah! My goodness! What the heck? Thank you again, my goodness. Yes, thank you. My goodness. Like, I have that kind of money. I give all my money to Kobe. Oh my gosh. Right, you do live in my walls at this point. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look.
Oh yes, there are more footprints in this little balloon too.
$1,000 bits, not that. Wait, almost, my goodness. $80 worth of bits. Oh my goodness. Are you sure there isn't anything that I can do for you, Lionheart? I feel like I need to do something. I just don't know. Okay, what did we accidentally skip over?
Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there because and became lodged, do you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
There was maybe a bug up there. Oh yeah, it is not 1-to-1 for the cost of it. Again, thank you so much, Lionheart. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. Oh god, I don't know. I don't know either. Well, if you think of something, I'll gladly hear you out. But either way, if you can't, even if you can't think of anything, thank you so much. On closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. Lionheart is what we call it, a community is suspiciously. Maybe.
But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah! It was a piece of the green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say... Oh yeah, we can at least invite them. At the moment, the everyone role doesn't allow for typing, but I will fix that here later today if it's not already fixed. If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on that day, there is a strong possibility something must have been concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. Oh, true.
Yes, they did say abscond. But the balloon's out of reach. So am I.
Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah! Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there were some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. All right, I have to admit, that was clever. So we'll just throw the rope up to the balloon and pull it down to get us on the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel, and could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? This?
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? This was found at the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a crucial time like this. Okay. So it would have been propped on top of the balloon instead of inside the balloon. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Ah! What the? It has the head. A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight, and Majima showed up and smooched me. And fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. I don't know, I'm being silly. Just a moment. This is the head of the waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness. I believe you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent.
Majima showed up and gave me a big ol' smooch.
Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. Case of the abducted Madame Two Spells model that you said you largely solved.
It's perfectly safe to get a smooch.
Ba 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 ba. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Two-Spell will now have to settle her sizable account with me. Didn't say where the smooch was.
Wait, no! It could have been on the cheek, on the forehead, on the snoot, on the mouth, on the ear. Not on the foot! Why would he do that?
This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes, but why is it here? On the back of the knee? Oh, that's... This conclusively confirms my suspicions. On the tail? Oh, that'd be cute, honestly. On the inside... These are weird places to get kisses. The man responsible for stealing the professor, well, from Madame Two-Spell, and returning it, Sun Tet, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. On the tip of the horn, on the tummy. Oh no! These cute places to get smooches. It's incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're intrinsically linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Dun dun dun. Can we take the mask off? Can we take the helmet off the head? Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? And as it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be in here in this room. What? He might have snuck out when we came in and were distracted. And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room? Yeah, no worries, no worries. So, Mr. Naruhodo, would you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... Well, in classic Umineko style. If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that. Ah, yes, you had some experience that yourself a year ago, didn't you? We'll find him in there, mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making the discovery. Never mind, Mr. Naruhodo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know. Oh, true. He could be hiding in the safe. There's a lot of good, whatever it is, right? Look at that mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. Okay. So yeah, it would have to be the safe then. I pressed the wrong button. I keep doing that.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here, which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to a safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that his search of the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Nock Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. They were in the room the whole time. Okay, and soon it'll probably be a to be continued, and then we can take a break. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was
1432582.
I knew that! Alright, then here goes. He squanched. You found me. Congratulations. Was it worth it?
You gotta look inside. You're not willing to put up with me. Not fucking this.
He's just a funny little guy. He's just a funny, goofy little guy.
Hey guys,
No, it's fine. He's a funny little guy. He's funky. Ooh, I like his theme.
Can we not do this? For 5 seconds?
Have we had this theme pop up before?
For 5 seconds!
Right, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork to Madame Truthspell as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions, personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? He's like, while I would love to talk, please disarm the bomb. The instruments are so weird but work so well, right?
Your parcel?
I referred, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position.
Ah!
Ha, ha, ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're gearing up to die with me, then. No! About a year is my favorite game since. Nice! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to get us a killer or get us killed?
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
That was literally a bomb. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Oh no, we still get to talk to him. We can still wait until it does a to be continued. What on earth happened here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be having a thorough going over. Don't worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I know it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh! For some reason, I woke in a fine fittle today. No words, just tightly squeezed ships. The amount of time Sholmes was screwing around with a bomb because he wanted to reverse gravity is insane, right? Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose as I couldn't remember which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Fair enough. Got a death wish, have ya? Riding high beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I've always intended to blow this place to smithereens, or smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow this all up? No. That was unforeseen. What do you mean? I like this guy, he's funky. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah, I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, nose, mouth, and ears? I have seemed to have scrambled that a little bit. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's going on in here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong I am unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Majima, hello.
Well, yes. Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. It's like, doesn't matter, I'm going to France. So cute, Azef never gets tired of Majima.
Oh, well, cause I like Majima. I like him a lot.
I'm playing through Yakuza 5 and I haven't seen him yet. I miss him so much. I know he's there. I just haven't got to him yet. Yeah, a totally normal amount. Totally not brain rot over him. Totally not considering getting a commission of either me and Majima or my OC and Majima. No, not at all. You lot, leave at once. Dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Can't imagine the screaming that will occur when Majima appears in your game. It's fine, it's fine. Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? Do you have a body pillow of them? I don't. I'm thinking of making one though. If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves to the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigation have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place. And the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this whole lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Trevor? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. You mean... Just an explosion, they're all dead.
No way! I can't
Oh
believe
no!
this.
Oh no! Oh no, those poor bobbies! Oh no, that poor animation budget. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage of the Great Exhibition. Professor Hairbane's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. You know that that was where most of the budget went. I feel like they had more of a budget in the first half than this half, considering the first half had like a little animated sequence at the beginning of each chapter. We have not gotten a single animation thing in this one, or in this half at all. Okay, so now that we have a good stopping point, it is time for a little break. I'll probably get a snack, because I think I decided against Taco Bell today. So everybody, this is a good time to get up and stretch, have a snack, have a Majima. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. Sound good? Okay. Wah! Cold. What do you think your best random of sound effects? I don't know. Oh my gosh, thank you for redeeming value, guys. I need to like start a timer.
Now he's filled with anger and sadness.
No, anger and
And
sadness.
if it
That
goes
totally
on,
sucks.
he'll eventually destroy the world like he did before.
Wow. I don't see how that's a big problem though, as Sonic. Okay, I did start the timer, right? Yeah, okay. So yeah, here's the Valley Girl voice. Wow.
Look, he's absorbed the Emerald's power.
Oh my
He wants
gosh.
the shield and the Master Emerald now.
Okay. How do I do that? Yeah, how
It
can I
won't
help?
change how he feels inside, will it? His heart will still remain in turmoil, and his anger just won't vanish.
What are you talking about,
He'll
Sonic?
just be trapped forever.
That's right. You're not a politician anymore.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Hello, Peach! I have ascended. Fantastic. When you're a cream clone trying to defuse the situation, just make it worse. A cream clone. We just. I need to. Fantastic. Yeet. Wait, no. Yeet. No. Please. Yeet. Name machine. I don't want, I just want to throw my chow. No! You guys can see my cursor. No! Why does it keep switching over there? Let me fix this. There we go. I know it bugs me, so I would assume it would bug other people if you see me cursor. Ow! Ow! Scuff stream! Yeah!
Wait, did something happen?
I tried playing something on your soundboard, but I was having a hard time finding a good one.
Oh, you're such a dork.
Anyway, back to drowning. Go ahead and spin some stuff.
Yeah, I was ill prepared for this.
But thank you all for joining me. Tomorrow we will be back at noon PST, and we are going to be playing Higurashi. We're going to be going through the tips of the last chapter before going on to the new one, where we are going to we're just going to beat up Sadako. Take her lunch money. Anyways, I love you guys. Bye! Well, it'll do the rules.
You're gonna take turns spinning me. And you get points if I land on your slice. Earn 20,000 points and you'll be able to spin the winner wheel. But not just anyone can spin me. You have to prove yourself.
Excuse me, I'm
My
so
goodness,
sorry.
that was a triple threat.
You have the chance to win points thanks to these two
My goodness, that was somebody.
There they go. Let's see. Ah, my nose is itchy.
Oh, Yashido-sama. Number one, why you following me? That's kind of look creepy. If you were gonna follow me, please match with my footsteps a little bit better. You know, I can hear you. That's kind of weird. You can stalk me if you want, I guess, because I can't see you. But also, like, you shouldn't let me know that you're there. That's a little weird, Oyashido-sama. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If you had something to
Dude, why didn't you say it while Mii-chan was here? I already told her to meet us at the dam site before we split up.
Then I was smiling, but her words made her discomfort clear. Number 2, who did I kill last night? The uncle's still clearly there. I do remember caving in somebody's head. Who was it? Like, what's going on? Please help me. Before logging off. And there was this one person, I was like trying to find my way to the town, and this person was just like, hey, I'll help you. And they brought me into the PvP area, which I didn't realize because, you know, who reads in video games. And then they killed me, and then they died. And then I set to follow them. And I said you, and then a bunch of asterisks. Like I actually typed out asterisks and just like spammed them that, and they were just like, I'm gonna report you for bullying, and then they logged off. And then at one point, like I went back into there, and it kept like logging me out while I was trying to play, and I was just like, oh, I guess I'm banned. And I never played again. Okay. Oh, no, okay. We're good. I made a weird noise, but we are good.
Why are my frames dropping?
Like a mother trucker.
Beach! Oh my god! Okay, now I'm running. I did my best.
What do you like, Joseph?
Where did you go? He's still mumbling.
I'm gonna give you a knuckle sandwich if you don't come out here.
Did you die? Where are you?
He called my bluff. He did. Ever had the urge to murder someone in your life, or maybe dismember them, chop them into pieces, make them a burger? Excuse me, of course not. This is messed up. Have you? Personally, I don't like burgers. Yes. Okay. 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 You guys didn't see that, but I just backed up in my chair. It's dark in my room right now. My apologies, Taylor. I was getting too excited to hear your answers that I came a bit too close. I wouldn't call that a bit too close, but whatever. Shall we take another short break? Let me make the music louder. Yeah, I could go for a burger too. What? I was supposed to, walk into a wall? I see. God! You good? Don't die on me. You're supposed to drink the water, not inhale it.
I'm sorry. This is the end.
All of you were up last blah 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 blah. All of you were all up last. Why is the sentence so hard? Hello?
I don't want to hurt any feelings here, but I can already tell that you are the most powerful psychic in your family.
I'm gonna fight you.
And we are back. Hopefully everybody had a good break. My elf did respond with the first thing that they would do if they gained the ability to float at home, and they said that they would reach higher shelves that evade their already tall grasp, and then maybe lying down in the air wrapped in a blanket. I feel like the first one would be just like to have it be so that way
they could just put anything out of my reach.
Good morning, you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to...
Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. You're way more fun to talk to than the scientist. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Please pay attention to me. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then why is Majima broken again? Trigger fire, my goodness. I really should get Majima set up for mix it up instead. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Because I think he's not the only one that's still through trigger fire, so I'm not sure. If I must agree, then... As you know, my point is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh, she didn't do the ice cube on the foot thing? Oh my, Iris has been busy. Making some koji supplemented pizza dough? Ooh, have I talked about that already? I don't think so. It's steamed rice, inoculated with a series of mold that breaks down carbohydrates and proteins with enzymes. Fermentation with koji gives us foods like soy sauce, miso, and sake. Interesting. Huh. I'd be willing to try that. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris didn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
Ah, I sense a spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea.
I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Please pay attention to me. I'm just bringing it up because handling moldy rice still feels weird, even if it's meant to be eaten. Yeah, pretty much anything that's like technically mold but meant to be eaten is very strange. Like blue cheese, for example. Sorry to cut in. Like I've eaten some pretty good blue cheese. But like it's still weird that it has mold in it. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor?
What? I don't know!
Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I've a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out to the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. 10 years? It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at that. First chance I get. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. You're like a tsundere gumshoe up in here. Okay, what do we got?
Redacted. The professor, of course. Death by hanging. Okay. Huh. Courtney Stevens. I'm not sure at the moment why this is relevant. Unless this is like... Courtney Stevens is the name of the lady. But like, Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course. Sholmes is like, I've got to my daily praise. Time to go back to bed. Well, Mr. Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all of this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you the both of you so much. Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Okay. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt like this before. Anyway, strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. We can do it. I'm gonna unpin. I'm gonna unpin the birthday message because it's not my birthday. In game, it's kind of close, but. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Oh. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with the memory loss. Just show him the sword. It's like, hey, do you remember Kaduma? If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes. It's not my birthday. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of this trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. Show him the little badge. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I just realized, like, this is the second day of this trial. I did not have to do any summonation examinations for the first half. So we're probably gonna get a lot this day. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist can feel the wrath of God if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Just loudly munches Chip. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage! Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ash and in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. Did you look in the hole? He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Okay. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, who ultimately caused its loss of control. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Osman. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing an unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and the defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. There's the funky little guy. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes. Why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. A little bit. He does have those good qualities. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or, so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints. But that's all. He has the vibes, but something is off holding it back, right? Something. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. Might be his funky little movements, I'm not sure. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is the same outcome could be produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony. I had a crazy day today, is the... Wait, how did you know? But yes, it is open. I need to fix some roles, so nobody without a role other than everybody can speak at the moment. But that should hopefully be fixed tonight. Hopefully. About the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration of the Great Exhibition. Nobody can speak like it. I'm just waiting for nobody to show up and be like, is the Discord open? Understood. Okay, so what do we got here? I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmund's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specification. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Discord stream when? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I would do for like Discord specific streams. I don't know. Although I do think with the opening of the Discord, it'll be easier to do like VR chat meetups. I think that would be fun. Because as of right now, as much as I do want to like do a stream in VR, I don't know. People walking around the house are unpredictable. So I don't know. A body double. That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without submitting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asmund has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well-versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must be an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But, crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic on the field. Investigation on the witness's workshop attests to that, my lord. To that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy or young talent in science here. Oh, we wanted to look at that, didn't we? Oh well, we can look at it later.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into the physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Trevor, if you were innocent, you would let me give you a little kiss.
Just a little kiss.
Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
Okay. So let's go ahead and just press on everything.
Hold it!
Are you sure you didn't meet him earlier? So you're already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd see his name mentioned in the papers. That's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. Part of me with blueprints and constructed the machine, ba-da-da-ba. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? Is this man a steampunk cyborg? I think so. I'm not sure. That or he's just like really in a character. It appears the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining. I hear. He must have planned all of this from at the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. After we found him guilty, he'll drop the robot act, right? Maybe. That or he'll actually turn out to be a robot. Let's see.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman was a twin!
Objection!
There's no other way that there could be a body double, ever! Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hasn't quite left me. Has anyone commented on how evil this guy looks, right?
The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looks sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe, I don't know why I keep saying Mr. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
Unless they're getting paid to hide the secrets. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman himself, then.
That's why I like them. They're evil, right?
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on in my mind. I wonder why. Gee, if only we had some kind of something to go off of, but we don't. I don't think we have anything in evidence. It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on that day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet, another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. I don't. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct, my learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having substantiated both injuries at some point during the experiment, and since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Okay, I feel like this probably isn't gonna get us anything, but might as well. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh! Right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Why is the throw not working? What happened during my break? Why is everything broken? Hello? Hello? Okay, the program is still open. Okay, let me close and reopen. Dun, 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 dun. Like it was obviously working fine earlier. Okay, I'll do the stretch and hydrate at the very least. Ha! My back! It oh! That was my wrist. Okay, it auto continued. Give me a second. Hello? Okay, now it's not grabbing it. Everything's breaking. Hello? Throwing system? You good? Why are you invisible? I don't know why everything's breaking. Let me see, let me hide it and then switch it to something else and then switch it back. Why is the throwing system broken? Like I could still, oh wait. Okay, the overlay was on, so I don't know why. I'm so confused. Anyway. The point is, the experiment resulted in an instantaneous taking place. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Oh well. Anyway, I got it fixed. So there's that. Yes, and really experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. Okay. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asmund and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work and won't let them get away with it. Or I won't let them. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Okay. So... Like, with that statement that they made in the in-between, I feel like I would have to, you know, present the thing that shows the hole, but I didn't see anything that really warrants bringing this up. Unless it's like, well, no, it would still be a thing of body double. Okay, let me look at the things that we got while we were there. Oh no, it's Kay. It's Kay's head. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. Who is Kay? You remember when we were playing Zero Escape? I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. What? Zero Escape, were you not there when we were playing Zero Escape? What's that, Silverreal Beta and Tobacurary? Oh, right, sorry. Like, it was the sequel to 999. Don't know what you're talking about. I feel like you were in at least one of the streams when I streamed that. Let me... I'm looking. Dun, 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 dun. I know that I've uploaded the entirety of the series, so it should be in there somewhere. Let's see, Zero Escape. We'll go to such lengths to... Because I'm sure you were there at some point. You don't remember, like, the cream clone? Let me see. Let me skip ahead and see if I can see any orange text. Oh, maybe you missed most of them. Maybe you did miss most of them. Did you just go on a spree of not watching my streams? It's okay though. Maybe you were busy in that time frame. I don't remember. I'm not actually mad. I'm just playing around. And I only looked at one video. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. I'm sorry. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Because it was around September of last year, so it's about a year ago, so. So it's all good. But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Let's see, is there any weirdness going on? Wow, there's like nothing weird about this. That's so weird. Okay. Let's see, we wanted to look at this as well, I think. Oh, there's blood. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just there, there seems to be very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. But yeah, conveniently, Psych, that whole series is up on the YouTube now if you want to look at VODs. Oh, look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have to found the photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. That's very weird considering the blood. But, you know, it's fine. Okay, I think that's all we really needed to look at here. Yeah, okay. Do we have anything to look at about this? This piece of glass is almost as thick and as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like that. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. Okay. So nothing really to discover from here. Okay, you need a stereoscope to examine the evidence, right? Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and save. Okay. Let's see. That doesn't have any relevancy, really. It was no trick. The whole show was a fraud. It required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the Crystal Tower. Terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. I'm thinking it's either that statement or maybe that one? I might do it on this one. Because I'm pretty sure this is what we need to show.
Objection.
Ah, no, not there. Not there. Defense would object to that last statement, my lord. In another timeline. That timeline's doomed. Okay, so I might actually go for the last one then.
Objection.
No? Oh, come on, this is the first question. I shouldn't be having this much trouble with it. That's a doomed timeline. Who knows? How did I turn on autoplay?
Hello, Majima.
Maybe? Let me look at what was in here.
Majima, oh, you're so far away. No.
That might be a stretch since we don't really know what the professor looks like, but I'm pretty sure.
Objection.
Yeah, no. that was a stretch. I was just being silly. Why am I having trouble with like the very first question? Have I just been like running on autopilot? No. Oh no. Okay, anyway. Right, honestly. Wait, I have to examine the birdcage? That was definitely a surprise, yes. Oh, it didn't land on its head. It landed on the other end. Ah, look here, Miss Susato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it's fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was falling down into the crystal tower below. A fall from about 30 feet or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Okay. So yeah, it's to the base. Okay, so now we know what to present that at. Crashed head first. Okay, so actually. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. Majima! I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages of the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages at play in that day, which were at some point switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah! Why was the first part of "ga" highlighted? Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witnesses' reports claim that it fell head first, and also his neck is broken. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon falling off over the stage. Majima, I will kiss you. Falling over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above the ground, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeds to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra. Exactly.
Majima, get over here!
He wasn't quiet for long.
I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his.
If you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with the details of this truth. Of course. We must treat the matter scientifically, after all. Ugh, I nearly had him there. Maybe if I dance around like a robot, enough. I will be a good distraction. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high in the birdcage to have fallen from. Okay. So... I'm gonna press, since that's new. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Reminds me of autoresponder. Was that, that was Dirk's glasses, right? Like way early on? Yes, there are a lot of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, it's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. Meaning Act 6. I mean, like, early on in Dirk being a character, that wasn't the dad. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. Yeah, bro, that's right. It was not dad, right? It was, Jake that was dad. Right? And there's no location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. He was a terrible parental figure, true. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. Oh wait, no, Jake was, wait, then who was the dad? Then they tried saving him by saying he was mind controlled by Caliborn the whole time. If you're talking about the Dance sisters, Jake is... Yeah, because I realized that, so I'm trying to think now of like who John's dad was. The victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. He's always dad. Interesting. That is really weird, because yeah, I was like, yeah, the only other person would have been Jane, but like Jane definitely did not turn into dad. Yeah, grandmother. And even she has the same dad. Okay. Yeah, so that was the only like difference. Oh, yes. It is all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes. Okay. So definitely we have to press there. Or not press, but present. It's just a matter of... what piece of evidence has the right thing that we need? Nope. I mean, this is a diagram showing the thing, so it could just be like, yeah, this is 30 feet. I don't know if that is what it wants.
Objection.
Okay, cool. Oh, and technically that changed into GCAT. Interesting. In the technicality, don't mention my hyperfixation rule like that. I'm sorry. I should have known better. Still have my instant kinesis in my historical legal drama, right? This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Sure, it's just my end, but I have Zeph at auto quality units for a few hours now. Oh no, it might just be on your end, because it doesn't look like I've dropped frames and my thing is in green. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. I've got games and stuff going on, so I assume that's why. Probably. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place for which you are referring the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet. There?
Take that!
This stage is 30 feet in the air, the same amount of distance for where the person fell from 30 feet in the air. Oh, please point to us from where the thing would have fallen from 30 feet in the air. Huh? The place I'm referring to is here, but that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. Would you rather do Valley Girl or Ooh? I feel like if I say which one I would prefer, you would choose the other one. Because I have a lot of fun with Valley Girl, so I'm pretty sure you're gonna redeem Ooh voice then. Turns out the experimentation stage was built as a considerable height above ground level. Oh, you actually did it. Nice. Okay, let me go ahead and get it open for the timer. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see that it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Yeah, I'm smart. You can't trick me. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there will be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Can you try to keep the character voices about the same too? I mean, I can try, but I mean, it's really hard. But I can try. Hello, nobody. How are you doing? Once again, my lord. This all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. I actually do. Backflip or front flip? A backflip, I suppose. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill, Matuma! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below this stage to be investigated immediately. Oh no, roll a 6 for a backflip, oh no! Nobody, no! I don't think so. I don't know if you hurt yourself. I think you might have I don't think you died. Because I think that one would have been like you try and you snap your neck or something. But I think a 6, you try and you just kind of flop on your back. Like you go with the energy and you just flap. Oh, roll for hugging. Oh no!
You did not hug. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. I'm doing good. How about you, nobody? And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Headache, but okay. Oh no! Make sure to have some water. Grr.
Objection.
Let's see. And are you not gonna like throw your bottle or your wine? Because he's gonna be in the way, so you're not gonna be able to throw it. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, oh, you're still gonna break it. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. You're well. Oh no, Lisa! Oh no! What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2! Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have been also on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. Van Zeeks and Valley Girl is weird, just a little bit. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. The second flaw in your assertion is the distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Like, that's silly. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is that, Lord Van Zeeks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asmon. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted into the clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Oh. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmon's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Remuneration. Okay, I can force stream to be 1080p. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't have to suffer from buffering. And actually hear, oh my gosh, I was talking in like 2 bits probably. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Okay. So we'll take a look at that real quick. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. But let me look at the thing. Oh no! Don't attack the Fumo! Let's see. Fund labor and materials construction. Is to receive 30% for all ruminations. You only uphold his right on a condition that both contracting parties are alive. What would be the trick here? Remuneration is a pay for work done or services rendered, from the Latin to give back to. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll figure something out. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. Going to lay down and hope it helps my head. Hopefully, rest well, Lisa. Oh gosh! Eat a big chip. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo, and I've no doubt that there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. Unless... Nuh-uh. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. I can finally see this guy. Wait, what? Why does his face look like Majima? I don't know, is it because he has sort of an eye patch, but not really, and also looks kind of old? That's the only 2 things. Yeah, now we know. Majima, hello! Yet now we must know that now we know that there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Hikwampi. So if the circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection.
I've yet to see a genuinely angry Majima. You'll see one. I won't tell you when, but you'll see one. An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. He was kind of upsetting at the beginning of Kiwami meeting Kiryu in the alley. A little bit. Yeah, but yeah, you'll see a very genuinely angry Majima. I don't remember if you see 1-in-1 in Kiwami. But you will see one soon. By the way, the new Genshin region, Fontaine, is a home to the God of Justice. The story there includes a court section. If that interests you at all, just bringing it up in case... Yeah. Because, yeah, I know I'm in Sumaru. I don't think I've made it to the desert part. Hi, Majima. So I think I have quite a bit, because I know I've pulled for characters that I cannot level up past their, like, first limit because I haven't been into the area where their stuff drops yet.
It would take a bit to get there. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit. Well, Council. There were 2 Majimas? Wait, what? Do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice? Or not? I'm pretty sure he did. I ran to the grass zone because I got Nahida, even though I was stuck in Inazuma. Hi, Majima! Yeah. Because I remember I was like, gosh, yeah. But now I play Honka's. Oh gosh. Yeah, I've been hearing good things about Honkai, but I don't know if I should even start on that. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. Plus, I like turn-based, not open world more. Oh, fair enough, yeah. I'm already over open world. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. Because I feel like if I give it a try, like, I'm not gonna not play it. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel. My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? I don't know. Maybe it's the person that makes, wax people. Who is this person? Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. And someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. Yes, thank you. I'm aware of the person, obviously, but on what basis do you claim felonious involvement? Felonious. You surely wouldn't say you don't know, would you? Wait, that was the wrong answer? I'm sure you simply slipped and pointed to the wrong person, didn't you? There's no other explanation. Majima! No slip-ups this time, please, Counsel. I guess then the victim himself.
Take that!
What? What? Okay, I guess I'll save after this one. Because clearly, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, let's do a save. But yeah, I feel like it's gonna be quite some time before I get to the next area in Genshin. But I can try. I don't remember, like, where I am in terms of the quests. Drebber is your own accomplice. I don't... Is it the kid? Courtney? Wait. We saw the... We saw the name Courtney somewhere.
Take that!
Maybe... The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. Majima! After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me.
I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Seto.
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy.
Alright then. Here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. I mean, it does make sense. The person who
colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? We know that there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way to the forensic investigation team.
Oh, sure, I'll fight ya.
Let me do that real quick. Whoops, I pressed the wrong button. There we go. When else could the switch have happened? It can only have happened in the team in that team's presence.
What? What are you fighting me while I'm fighting? No! No, I'm fighting nobody! I'm fighting nobody!
Man, these throws are way too powerful nowadays. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the accident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Oh no. Pistol just wanted to jump. You got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. Oh no. GG, nobody. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? You have a gun on the jury stand. I don't know. The rules are very loose. I skipped to Semeru by teleporting there for a summer event, was previously in Inazuma. I'm just gonna brute force my way to Fontaine. That might be what I have to do. My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument, on which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem?
Oh my word.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet. Have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? I don't really have evidence for it. So I guess I'm gonna save here. You didn't hear what was going on. He's got some wax in his ears. True. Okay, I'm thinking what it would want me to do is to name someone, and then we name the person who makes the wax people. A candle that burns twice as bright dies twice as quick. True. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by revealing the identity of a person who acted as Mr. Asman's body double. Be my guest. Give us a name. The body double and birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! In place of Mr. Asman in the second birdcage was... This isn't the phrasing that I was anticipating. What if it's a masked man? I think I answered incorrectly, but I don't think I have any evidence to really, like... Because, like,
Naruhodo just absolutely does not think of the wax, like, statues for some reason, even though it's very important to this case. Hello, Majima, help.
Take that!
This person is the most likely candidate I can think of. Wouldn't you agree? I would not. Would anyone? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Even you're turning your back on me, Miss Susato. I must really be wide on the mark. You have a head. Try using it. No. You know what I also have? A save system. Anta ga suki de, suki de. Dore dake tsuyoi yo demo. Baka mitai. I mean, I guess we would present evidence and then maybe the waxwork head. We'll try that. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns. Hi, Majima, you're so far away! By presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asmon's body double. Good gracious! Evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion that some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was this.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asmon, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself. And come out with it. Thank you, Miss Susato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... and as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing here... Why do we have the whole body here? We just grabbed the head. Why do we have the whole body here? Oh, he angry.
Hey guys, two quick questions. Number one, what the fuck am I looking at? Number two...
Objection!
Can you
Number two, objection.
Can we not do this?
This is inside Vanzeek's mind. Like, can my learned Japanese or Nipponese friend please not do this? Hello, Majima. Also, nobody. It's not perfectly set up yet, but, Discord stuff.
Oh, no!
The Discord command says something different. What is going on? At this point, you can't talk if you don't have a roll, but I will give people rolls later tonight. Or somebody will. I don't know. This is my first Discord. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, here we go. Yes. Here we go. Oh, and a stretch and a hydrate. Let me in. You can come in. You just can't talk yet until later tonight. my drink splashed me. Now to stretch as well. Oh gosh. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend, and then kiss me. Right on the lips.
Oh gosh, no, in your woo voice. Why your woo voice? Now tell me. What are you playing at? I mean, it's only fitting that I'm this. Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of a forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now, you've moved to indicating waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it can hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Dweebo. What? Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Dweebo abducted this model from Madame Two Spells. Did you say abducted? And 2 days ago, after the incident of the Great Exhibition, he returned to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Dweebo? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Dweebo would have stolen the waxwork, Hello Mighty Mountain, and given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second bird cage as a body double for Mr. Asmund. Gah! Yeah, take that, Dweebo.
Objection!
What? Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collision with the country's finest coroner as a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model in no way resembling the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Da-ba-dee-da-ba-da, Wait! Yes, you can put it like that. Of course it sounds implausible. My word! I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Who is Hoodie Guy? Is he cool? Does he have a secret? He does have a secret. He's quite possibly Kazuma, a person we thought was dead but might have just amnesia. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your warnings for the court to hear now. Here is my wisdom. Ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
Guilty.
Oh no!
Guilty.
Oh no!
Guilty.
Oh no!
Guilty.
Oh no!
Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me.
That voice was kind of close to what I was imagining. Oh no! We're using so guilty! Why do you think the professor is still guilty? So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Nara-Odo, as we always do. And uncover new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as well and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you are described the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Okay, we finally got the examination. Okay, what do you say? Oh, is this going from 6 to 1 instead of 1 to 6 this time? Weird. I've known that woman for years. She's never been an accomplice or anything. It's utter nonsense to think that those two would be able to be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork is ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone isn't right evidences? It is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Oh gosh. Pay no attention to the dryer noises in the background. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model as the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembled that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmon's body double. Who is the most gender character you know? Ooh. I feel like I had an answer. But it's gone. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone else realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, indeed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summonation examination. Yes, my lord. Okay. So let's start this. Oh, I forgot I only have 3 mistakes that I can make left. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and save just right now. Not even pressing on anything. I feel like I have an answer. Let me see. I must have messaged like my elf of like a picture of someone and been like, this is gender. Let me see. Gender. Maybe not. Maybe not. Apparently my elf has said gender more so than I have. Gender handed over. No. Okay. Have you known this woman for years? The order of things seem to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police system service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy, too. Even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years now it was. When I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Suspicious. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, we won't hear me complain. That's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell ya. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were. Full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear. So she would know a lot about fingerprints and such. Probably. Okay. So what do we got from you? But we're only just starting to understand this case. I don't know. It is... What are you reading there, sir? The man behind the murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for ya. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it... So they're forging evidence to get it over and done with quickly. From the sounds of it. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Okay. Oh dear, okay.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, he didn't know of any connection, or we didn't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and the coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just Are you shipping us? Are you shipping us, ma'am? This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for, unless I misread the thing. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. You've been shipped. Consider yourself shipped. Okay. What sort of problems? Let's just say we run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences, so we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use only what? Huh? You got a problem with that? Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Autumnroll? Who are you calling a mass murderer? What? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. That's a different Courtney. That is a Courtney that we saw here. Hello, Majima. She was the best of the best and the apple of the Force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry, I got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name. So that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of police and not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Oh, yes, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner even then. Well, we can't present.
Hold it!
We can't present in this. She was legendary, was she? What did you say? What do you say about legendaries? Oh gosh, it was 2.0 for so short. That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
Hello, Majima.
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish! That word never passed my lips. I'd never describe anyone that way, ever. Not even if they were still in the game. Huh. I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair? What do you think Majima's favorite mystical creature is? Mystical. Dragon. I don't know. Huh? Did I say mystical instead of mythical? Let's see. That'd be fair. It would! If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Okay, so we definitely need to do something with that one. Legendary coroner, even then. Most troubling. Okay, I guess I'll just press someone and then someone else will surely revise their statement to be pitted against. So you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst the explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the discrepancy to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present substantial evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Do I have evidence at the moment? I don't think I think I technically don't. Not yet anyway. Nothing substantial. Whoops. Yeah, there's nothing on this image to really show that. I mean, that kinda looks fake. It kinda looks fake. But yeah, nothing substantial at the moment. Well, I can state quite categorically, sir, that we have no such evidence at the present time. That much was abundantly clear before that brassy proclamation, I assure you. And why you can count on the fact that I shan't be changing my leanings. Oh dear, that proclamation was even brassier than yours, Mr. Naruhodo.
If only we had some evidence, things might be different though.
Accusing someone without the right evidence!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
I'm hungry! Cornel cob? He's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on the way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe I could wait until after the trial?
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever there's something big to decide, colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cup of corn?
Nibble nobble gitty gobble, or gitty bobble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble gitty bobble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble gibble, guilty gobble, nibble nobble nibble dab. Dabba 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 dabba.
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back at home? So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. Me tum's already full already.
Amazing. Okay. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmon's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The trouble is, I'm sure that that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, you should see what additional information we can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
Right, yes. Nibble, nobble, guilty... Nibble, nobble, guilty bobble. Nibble, bobble, not guilty nobble. Nibble, nobble, Majima bobble. Nibble, nobble... Okay. Coroner Stevens back when I knew her, of course. Even then, utterly nonsense the two would even be conniving with one another. Surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. I've had my problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. What if we just pit 3 and 6 against each other just for reasons? See no rigorous proof that the waxwork was ever inside the birdcage.
Accusing people without the right evidences is not a proper job, is he?
Because at this point, I mean, do we have, like, the only thing that could possibly is like this image, but that's so small, I don't think he'll take it as evidence. Did I chair squeak? I didn't think so. As my chair squeaks twice as I reposition. Oh, more than likely it was noises from the dryer, quite possibly. From the kobolds, yeah. Man, I was thinking we would maybe be able to like get this chapter done with, but I don't know if we'll have the time, honestly. Oh, actually, this might be fine. Actually, the only issue is I don't know what part we are on. Oh wait, no, there is another part after this, so yeah, we would have to have that be a cliffhanger once we get to that point. Okay. Pit the 2nd and 6th against each other, really? Pit. I almost pressed again.
Objection.
Okay, I don't think I would have put those two together. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To the whose statements do you prefer refer, counsel? So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Seiss' maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very defiantly linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. Oh goodness, evidence you say? Oh, how utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I must hope that there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord, I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Seiss to the mass murder known as the Professor. Oh, that links it? Yeah, so it would be this, right?
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? Fatima! What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person betrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gave few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears that the Professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Seiss 10 years ago, and a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the Professor from Madame Two-Spells, a waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all. And do you suppose that there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Seiss and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Or obligated, maybe. One of the two words. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's a cloud of suspicions hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. I just need 2 more people. It's the Professor. So now what is the issue? Can we? I don't think we've ever pitted a statement that's like been from an overturned person before. So I don't know if that'll be a thing that'll have us start now. Boom. Oh, right. Okay. Don't worry about me. Totally not looking at guides. No, I'm not. I'm not looking at the answer. Totally not. Suspiciously eats my popcorn. Oh heck, I selected the wrong option. No! No! I was distracted! Oh, you can kill me my shoes. You can kill me my shoes. Ah! Okay, now you see my shoes again.
Let me, please. Press. No, Majima! Okay, I have evidence. Actually, I had something you'd like to see, sir. I totally didn't drop my popcorn. Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. You yourself don't have a white coat. What are you talking about?
That I have a phone. Oh, he's sad. Oh no, I can grab him maybe. Majima plush. I don't know if it's I don't know if I can find one that is transparent though is the issue, but we will see. No. Man, okay. I don't have time to make that transparent. So, oh, okay. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Namely... Whoops. This piece of glass. What's this? A piece of glass. Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found as I'm looking for a transparent image of Majima because I wanted to put the plushie on my head, but it's not gonna work, so I have to find another version of it. Maybe. Oh, I can just... That's so crunchy. All of these are so crunchy. Okay, that's fine. Let me just... Give me one moment. No, it's a WebP file! Get out of here! Oh wait, I forget. Does it like WebP files? Let me see. I don't think it does. I'm determined. I'm determined. Sorry. Give me one moment. Because I don't think it does not. It does not, in fact, like WebP files. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. When you're looking for transparent images, the word tag is... Exactly, the centerpiece of the great exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window on that special glass. From whence this small piece originated? Is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that the clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Presence of the piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. So would I put that against that? Let's go ahead and save. Do 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 do.
Hold it!
Oh, well, thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. Ah. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects? What is it about scientists, honestly? Can't deal with these scientists. Okay.
Hold it!
No, I can't press. I keep pressing the wrong button. Okay. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I know, I'll get it this time. I promise, I promise, I promise. Okay. The right evidences. Okay, you can't actually press on people who have already turned over. Okay.
Objection.
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You have pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Oh, well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Stuff in between the ears? Success! If you can call it that. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summoning examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it!
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe this assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant some further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Two Spells. I really thought that Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you are on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Two Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Majima! Hello!
Oh. No thoughts. No thoughts before the be continued. Interesting. Okay. This is a pretty good place to end, honestly. Because I have a feeling that like even though I can sometimes go for a little bit longer, I feel like the next section is probably gonna be an hour and a half if I had to guess. So we can go ahead and stop right there, and then we can find somebody to raid. My goodness, so many Kirby's. So many Kirby's. Okay, who is streaming right now? Oh, there's quite a few people streaming. There's quite a few people streaming, my goodness. My goodness. Okay. My goodness. I don't know who to raid. Oh, we haven't raided Cineminis yet. There's so many Kirby's. My goodness. Okay. Cause yeah, Cineminis raided us at one point, but we haven't raided them yet, and they seemed very cute. They're playing Mario Galaxy. I think they might have. I don't remember when they raided us last, but I think it was during this game series, or was it something else? I don't know. Hello, Majima. Okay. Let's see. I can't think of anything else to do during these Great Ace Attorney stream. Oh wait, let me make sure that they're not ending. They might be ending. Okay, they might be ending actually. We need to raid somebody else. Because I just noticed that they've been streaming for 4.5 hours and they are on the home screen of their Switch, so I think they're done. Let's see. In that case, as a backup plan, how did they clone Jiraiya? Let me see. Have we raided Rita recently? They've only been streaming for like half an hour, so like they're really early on. Otherwise, we can raid someone new. No, Lita. Sorry, the other dragon. Yes, I would love to raid Lisa once they stream at a raidable time. I think it'd be fine to raid Lita, actually. I honestly don't remember if we raided them this week or not, but I don't think we did. So let's start the countdown. And there is the raid message. Thank you, Eggy Buddy, for joining me today again. Sorry, I stretched. Yakuza stream tomorrow. Yes, Eggy Buddy, join me in watching Psych stream Yakuza tomorrow. Because I'll probably do that. I'll probably be lurking in there while working on some commissions. But yes, thank you, Eggy Buddy, for joining me today. I don't know what to do next week. We might be seeing each other again on Monday, I think. Maybe? I don't know. How did you Eggies like this week in comparison to last week's? Because I know I will get burnt out if I do 5 days like repeatedly. Raid objection. Oh no. But I don't know. Did you Eggies like me streaming on Monday, or would you prefer a Tuesday or a Friday instead? I don't know. I guess we can discuss that in the Discord once I have everybody be able to talk. 3 to 4 days a week. Fair enough, yeah. Well, okay. So yeah, I will see everybody on Monday more than likely. Goodbye. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.